We are coming to you from Globe Life Park in Arlington, Texas, where tonight WGN Sports on My 50 presents White Sox baseball. Jose Abreu, Todd Frazier, Brett Laurie in our Sox as they get set to butt heads with Adrian Beltre, Prince Fielder, and Jeff Banneker's Texas Rangers. Hi, everybody, and welcome. I'm Ken Harrelson with Steve Stone as we get set to bring you the first of this three-game set and the first of the 7-day, 6-game road trip. We'll have 3 here off day on Thursday in New York and then finish it off with 3 against the Yankees in the Bronx. So the Sox coming off that 4-2 homestand, but they swept the Minnesota Twins, and both these teams coming off sweeps into this series.
Both these teams have a 3-game winning streak, and the Texas Rangers a half game out of first place, and as you know, our Sox have a stranglehold on first place. So let's take a look at what they did in the last series. They did it a different way. Now the Sox hit the ball well, but they didn't hit the ball out of the ballpark like Texas did. Texas hit 8 home runs. Our Sox had 2. Look at the ERAs. Texas was good at 3. Our team's ERA, 2.33. So as you can see, our Sox team defensively have been brilliant. They didn't make any errors. They haven't made any errors since a week ago Saturday. So they come in a hot defensive team, but Texas is usually very good in this ballpark.
Well, make no mistake about it. Let's get it out there because this is not an offensive team. This is a defensive team that's brought this 22-10 record. But tonight they're going to have to throw some leather because Miguel Gonzalez out there making his second start.
And last time he didn't throw the ball particularly well at Toronto, and he does have a history against these Rangers. So there's Miguel. Didn't start out well for him. Michael Saunders hit the ball out of the ballpark. Now, he didn't go all that deeply into the ball game, but he did have some good moments. Darwin Barney goes down, as does Josh Donaldson, which is a tough thing to do. Colby Lewis, on the other hand, has always thrown very well against our Sox, and it was no exception when we faced him in Chicago. So he's 7-3 lifetime against them, and he threw the ball very well, but got a no decision last time out. Let's take a look at both guys against their respective oppositions, and it's 5 starts for Miguel Gonzalez against the Rangers, 2-3 with an ERA up over 5. On the other side of the equation, 12 starts for Colby Lewis. Our guys should know him, but 7-3 with an ERA of 3.72. This is not an easy ballpark to pitch in because the prevailing winds blow out toward right field, and that is home run alley here.
Well, the last 5 games these two teams have met, our Sox have won 5 games. So sit back, relax, and strap it down. White Sox baseball coming your way. Chicago White Sox baseball is brought to you by Miller Lite, the original light Pilsner. Cheers, it's Miller time. By Honda. Start something special with a great deal on Honda. Now at your Honda dealer. By Subway. Make a smart play for savory subs this season. Score more flavor at Subway restaurants. Subway, eat fresh. By Ford, America's best-selling brand, inviting you to go further in our fuel-efficient vehicles. Check out our entire lineup at your Ford store or at localfordstores.com. And by your Chicago and Northwest Indiana Hyundai dealers, who invite you to test drive our award-winning lineup today. Visit buyhyundai.com.
Xfinity. Xfinity X1 will change the way you experience TV. And welcome back to Globe Life Park, where the prevailing winds always take the ball out to right and right center. And let's take a look at how Robin is going to line them up tonight. It's going to be Adam Eaton leading it off with Jimmy Rollins in the 2 spot. Then Jose Abreu, Todd Frazier, Melky Cabrera getting off to a good start. Brett Lawrie. Avi Garcia, who's swinging it real well, with Alex Avila making his reappearance in the starting lineup, and Austin Jackson in the 9 spot playing center field. The defense, and Jeff Bannister lines them up this way. Ian Desmond, the converted shortstop, in left field. Delino DeShields in center. Nomar Mazara in right. That's Beltre, Andrews, Odor, and Moreland in the infield, with Bobby Wilson behind the plate and Colby Lewis on the hill. Lewis just 2-0 this year. This is his 7th start. His ERA a very respectable 3.32. Opponent's hitting .274. He's not overwhelming, as you can see, with 27 strikeouts in 38 innings, but he very rarely walks anybody, and he will change eye levels. The umpires for the game tonight: Laz Diaz behind the plate, Manny Gonzalez at first, Ben May at second, and the crew chief Ben Nelson is at third. So Jeff Bannister, who spent 29 years in the Pittsburgh Pirate organization before getting his opportunity to come over here, and he's done a nice job with this Texas team. And the Rangers, very good in this ballpark, 10-5 at home. So they've thrown the ball around the infield, which means we're ready to play baseball, and I'm ready to turn it over to my play-by-play partner, Ken Harrelson.
All right, Steve, thank you very much. And once again, good evening, everyone, and welcome to White Sox baseball right here with WGN Sports. My 50 for the first of this 3-game set. A beautiful cloudless sky as we flew in last night to Texas. A little bumpy, but had some rain during the evening, and that has cleared out. And before we show you our picks to click, you at home select yours, as here is Adam Eaton. And one thing about Colby Lewis, we've seen him enough. He's not overwhelming, doesn't have a can't overpower you with. You cannot let him beat you on his fastball. As there's 0-1 to count. And here at the ballpark. 325 down the right field line. 377 in right center. 404 dead away center. 377 checked at 380 in left center, and 354 they got, but that's a little long for down the line.
It is that, and that 377 in right center, that looks awfully small when you get a fly ball that way.
Low fences. That's a blue plate special for hitters. The 2-1 pitch. That ball hit well in the center field. DeShields going back. He got a good jump. He's right there against the fence.
He dropped it.
Drops the ball. So now Adams on his way to third base, and he will get there. That will be a leadoff triple. He had a good jump, took a good route, and just could not hold on to it.
And for those of you who might think that he held on to it long enough, the rule actually states that you have to take it out of your glove with control. So he's got great speed. He runs it down, and then after making the catch, he runs into the wall, and the ball trickles away. So a perfect way to start the ball game.
Third triple for Adam. And here's Jimmy Rollins. Jimmy at 230, a homer. He's driven in 4. Beltre and on the grass at third.
But to give you an idea what Jeff Bannister thinks about his club, and justifiably so, he's got the infield back on the right side. Now they shift with Andrews on the first base side of second, but they're back.
There's a chopper. So Adams going to score, and it's 1-0 good guys.
RBI number 5, and with Colby Lewis moving very hard to his left, Adam Eaton realizes that Lewis is not going to open the door up to a big inning. He's going to take the out presented to him.
So that'll bring up Abreu. Well, Texas can put some points on the board. They just swept the Tigers in Detroit, and they beat them by 4+ runs in every game.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing what this offense can do, and they're not totally back. Shin-Soo Choo will come back in the not too distant future. he will give them another good left-handed bat.
And Josh Hamilton rehabbing from a knee surgery.
Going to take him a while, but he can certainly hit the baseball, especially left-handed in his ballpark.
Off the end of the bat. Almost a kick save. Meanwhile, Odor throws him out. 2 down. So with 2 out, let's check out our picks to click tonight. Jim Angio, our director and crew. L.A. went with Jimmy Rollins. Steve's going with Austin Jackson. And Mike Mazza, one of the most beloved members of the White Sox family. A little bit under the weather, but he's getting better. And with all that said, Mike, get you behind back to work, buddy. We miss you. So here is Frazier. Tied. 8 homers, 21 knocked in. Watch out. Boy, those maple bats.
He didn't make much contact, and that one split almost down the middle.
It's amazing what you can see at a ballpark with those maple bats.
Yeah. And it really leaves you with pretty much a cricket bat. And you take a look at the flags, and right now, if you were at the ballpark and didn't know the ballpark, you would say it's blowing toward the left field corner. But it comes in, hits the stands, swirls around, and heads right back out to right and right center field.
Outfield for the most part straight up, spread out, bit of a gap out there in right center.
Lewis is not going to throw many fastballs over 90 miles an hour, and so he's got to change eye levels. We saw when he threw against us in Chicago that he will use the face-high fastball occasionally when he gets ahead, but he loves his curveball. He has good command of it, and he'll use it a lot.
And that's why you can't let him beat you on his fastball. You can let him beat you on his best pitch, the curve, but not on the second best pitch. But triple, RBI by Rollins, 1-0 good guys.
They're going to line them up tonight. Odor leading it off, then very talented youngster Nomar Mazara in the 2 spot. Then it's Beltre, Fielder, and Desmond, with Moreland, Andrews, Wilson, and DeShields rounding it out. The defense, and now Robin is going to line them up behind Miguel Gonzalez. It's Cabrera, Jackson, and Eaton in the outfield with Todd Frazier, Jimmy Rollins, Brett Lowry, and Jose Abreu in the infield. Alex Avila, for the first time since being back from the disabled list, he was activated tonight on the mound. And Miguel Gonzalez, those are his numbers at AAA Charlotte, 1-0 in 4 starts, a ERA of fine, 265. He has some history here with this Texas team. He told me that The curveball was his natural pitch, but he also throws a slider, and he added a cutter so he could get the ball in to left-hand hitters.
So here's Odor, just 22 years old. He's been swinging the hot bat on this ball club. First ball hunting, one pitch and one out. He was 7 for 15 with a couple of home runs in that 3-game series against the Tigers.
I talked with Jeff Bannister about Odor, and I said, is there any ceiling to this guy that you've seen? And he said, absolutely none. He said he's enormously strong. He's very fast. He's getting much better in the infield. And he said this guy's going to be a star. Barring injury, which is always a caveat in this game, he will be a star, as will the man you're looking at bat now.
Here's Mazzara, Nomar, hitting at .320, 4 homers. He's driven in 11. Well, Tom Grieve, former GM and now longtime broadcaster for the Rangers, said Odor, besides being a great talent and probably making the All-Star team this year, is a better person.
That's really high praise, because
Yeah.
Tom's been around and he also had to evaluate talent.
Yeah, he's said he's just a wonderful young man.
Steve Busby, the man on your right, former major league pitcher, and there's Tom Grieve on the left. Busby had one of the best fake to third, throw to first moves that there was in the history of this game.
That's high in the center field. We got a man there. 2 down.
So you were talking about Josh Hamilton coming back, and the earliest he can come back, because he was shifted to the 60-day disabled list. The earliest is June 3rd, although they don't think he's going to be back by then. And they did bring up Drew Stubbs. That took a spot on the roster. So things, when Chu comes back, going to get a little difficult for Delino DeShields in center field. He might be the real vulnerable guy.
Here's the venerable Adrian Beltre, 37-year-old veteran. Just keeps playing and playing at a high level, hitting at .275, 5 homers, 21 knocked in. Leading the club in RBIs by 1 over Odor. Last year hit 18 homers and knocked in 83. This is game number 2600 for Beltre. And over the years, not just myself, but many thousands and thousands of baseball fans, one of their favorite players to watch play this game. He loves to have fun, and he's just a terrific performer.
He also has committed just 1 error, and this is his 33rd game. I've only seen him a couple times not look like he's enjoying every moment of everything that's going on around him. He gets a tremendous amount of joy and entertainment out of this game on a daily basis. I think the only time that he looks a little aggravated is when Elvis Andrus hits him on the top of the head, which is something Beltre detests, and Andrus does all the time.
Well, there's a roller, and he just hammers it down into the corner, waited on that curveball nicely. So he picks up his 9th 2-bagger.
It's a good job of staying back. Yes, the foot went out, but the hand stayed back, and when that happens and you have that kind of a swing, good things are going to happen for you, and so it keeps the inning alive for a man that they have to have doing well, and so far Fielder is not.
Well, I'll guarantee he gets more hits than anybody in the major leagues off his right knee.
It's an unusual hitting style for sure.
So here's Prince hitting at 190, a couple of homers, but he has driven in 18. Last year, Prince with 23 homers and 98 knocked in.
If you go in on Fielder, you better go well in and try to tie him up inside. Lowry well back on the grass, as is Abreu. He's got a foot on the grass to start the at bat.
He did go way in.
Good spot to throw the fastball because he tied him up and fielder couldn't do anything with it except foul it off his own body.
If he'd hit that ball hard, it was going to tear down that fence in front of the Ranger dugout. Oh, and 2.
Looks like a grip for a splitter if he so chooses.
One nothing Sox here in the bottom of the first if you're just joining us. Big gap out there in left center. He ate him up. Just a can of corn out there in the right field, and that'll retire the side. So the 2-out double by Beltre goes for naught, and it's still 1-0 Sox.
Jay Griffin, who was 3-0, as you can see, placed on the DL with right shoulder stiffness. He had a lot of problems with Oakland. Now he has some with Texas. And the injury report is brought to you by Dr. Anthony Romeo Orthopedics. If you have a shoulder elbow problem, go to RomeoOrthopedics.com. Or you can call 312-432-2342.
He is one of the best, if not the best, in what he does. Cabrera hitting at 305, couple of homers. He's driven in 11. And he just got underneath that one. That is a JM, just missed, if you're keeping score with us.
Come out to U.S. Cellular Field on select Fridays this season and get 2 outfield reserve tickets and 2 food or drink items for just $49. Each ticket you purchase will include $8 in bonus bucks, more than enough to cover your first soda, beer, hot dog, or sausage. So visit whitesox.com/first for more information or to order your tickets today.
So here's Laurie. Brett, 277. He's faced Colby Lewis 16 times, has 2 hits.
3-1 to count.
Lewis pitched in the Japanese Nippon Professional Baseball League and had 5 home runs. He pitched there in 08 and 09. This is a guy who's been around, made the most of the opportunities that he's got, and now firmly established in the middle of this Ranger rotation.
Well, at the top, when I mentioned you can't let him beat you with his fastball, because his curveball is definitely, no question about, his best pitch. And if he makes good pitches with that curveball, you're not going to do anything with him anyway. So he gets him for out number 2. And if he hangs one like he did to Cabrera right there, you can get that one. So when he does throw the fastball, you got to cover it. And if you can do that, you can be really dangerous against this guy. We have let him beat us with his breaking ball too many times.
And when you have a lifetime ERA of 4.76, you are giving up a whole lot of runs. But fortunately for him, he is over 500 because he's played with an organization that will score him a whole lot of runs. And here's a guy swinging it very well.
Avi at 256, 4 homers, 11 knocked in. And that ball is just hammered. The Shields, he can't get there. He took a step in, and that was just too late. It's a 2-bagger, a bullet by Avi.
Well, you love to see this from Avi because it looked like he was going to be on the road to having a huge year from his series in Toronto. Then he nicked his hamstring. Didn't have to go on the DL, but did spend a few days on the shelf. But since coming back, he's hitting him just like this. This ball is hit so hard, the Shields can't get to it. And it goes for 2-base hit, the second extra base hit of the game. And the Shields has got to do something to make a big impression, because when Chu comes back, he could very well be odd man out.
Well, it's a 10-game hitting streak now, Favi. And here's Alex. Good to see you. Alex back. And there was a good example, graphic example right there, what we were discussing. That was a mistake. That was just a rolling breaking ball that he threw up there. And Avi just absolutely put the cow towel on it.
And here's where Alex should get a good pitch to hit, because Lewis has to be thinking that Austin Jackson in the on-deck circle has really hit him very hard over the course of his career.
382.
Yeah, but the first 2 pitches were well out of the zone.
Vila's hit him well. A couple homers, 7 for 18.
You give him a 3-0 green light here, just back off the DL?
Sure.
Okay, Robin, you heard that. Let him go. Dead pull hitter in this park. Even if you have the green light,
no,
you're not swinging at that one.
No, he didn't have the green light, and he wouldn't have done it anything anyway. That's what you fight for as a hitter. The count. The count is almost everything. And when you get to 3-0, you got 3 shots at getting a pretty good pitch to his. There's ball 4.
Well, it looked like in that at bat that Lewis wanted absolutely no part of Alex Avila.
That's what it looked like.
Yep. So now he's got to deal with a guy that he hasn't retired too often.
And the example of why the count is everything. Who's going to hit the most? A guy who's 0-1-0-2 or a guy who's 1-0-2-0?
No. 0-1-0-2, you're not going to hit much of anything.
No. Austin. Well, what a play he made yesterday. I didn't see it. I was driving in and I was listening to Farmio and DJ, and I'm telling you what. Then I got home, I put it on my iPad, and what a catch that was.
It was amazing because he was shaded over in left center field. He had a long way to run and he ran it down.
Yeah, well, that was the first thing you noticed from the shot that they showed on the condensed game, is that when it was a high home shot and you saw where he was playing.
And I talked to David Robertson. He said it was the most amazing at bat because, first of all, he didn't think it would be caught. Second of all, he couldn't believe that Arcia swung at the first pitch. He said, I'm watching Arcia, and this was interesting because he's a closer. He's watching Arcia all game. He said he's looking at the first pitch all game long. And then I get up thinking I'm going to get ahead, and he kills the first pitch. So he said it's nice to know that you have that kind of defense, but it's also nice to know that your closer is paying attention because he doesn't know who he's going to face to nail it down.
Well, it's just this is defense will take you up higher quicker than hitting. And baseball is a game of defense, with pitching being the first line of defense. As he gets him. And that'll retire the side. The double by Avi. Stranded. Tail of the tape. It'll be Desmond, who's been swinging a good bat. Moreland and Andrus. First pitch strike. Desmond hitting at 239. Last year with Washington hit 19 homers and drove in 62.
Did well, very well in that series against us at U.S. Cellular Field.
Just off the plate, got the benefit of the call.
Looks to me like Laz Diaz is going to call it a couple inches off the outside corner. That's what he did to Austin Jackson. That's what he just did to Ian Desmond. Desmond was on the market for quite some time because apparently teams thought about signing him and then had to give up a draft pick. But Texas signed him, and they're pretty happy after he made the conversion to left field from a lifetime shortstop.
Here you go. One out.
Good curveball. He set him up with a couple of pitches away. Then he drops a curveball down in the zone.
You know, finished ninth. Thought about what baseball is about is catching the ball. But with pitching being the first line of defense, you can't have outstanding pitching if you got a porous defense. It's not going to get done. And that's the other side of the page. So when you combine those two factors, for an example, as I said, we're not an offensive club. This is a defensive club headed by pitching and catching the baseball. For example, the Cubs, they've played 30 games. We've played 32 games. They scored 54 more runs than we have.
Not surprising. They've got some bangers.
That is an offensive ball club with some pretty good pitching.
Yeah, it is that. They don't have a great defense.
That's why they have to score runs. And when you have to, we have won and scored a lot of late inning games this year, which is a great thing to see because that's a mindset a club gets into. Moreland's dangerous. Last year, 23 homers, knocked in 85.
Apparently, we got out of Chicago just at the right time because San Diego at the Cubs has been postponed, as has Baltimore at Minnesota. So a lot of weather moving across from west to east. Fastball up. Let's see if he can get it there.
But for me, over my career in this game, being a lifer in the game of baseball, it's just give me that club that can pitch it and catch it. Out in front, long way to go. Jimmy going to shuffle it, and they just do get him. Close play.
It looked very close at first base, and I think Moreland felt that he might have beaten it. Anytime you flip with the glove, you run the risk of the ball actually elevating out of that glove. Boy, it is really close at first. I think Bannister's probably going to have to take another look at this. See that ball go up, and that looping throw made it very close.
They just did get him. I thought he beat it by real time from up here.
And Steve Buechele on the phone, and they apparently said he got him by an eyelash.
Very good pitch by Miguel and very good play by Jimmy. So here's Andrus.
Steven Strasburg just signed a multi-year $175 million deal.
7 years.
On an extension for the Washington Nationals. So they're going to keep him around for a while.
Andrus. So a nice inning. Nice play defensively. And we'll go to the third leading 1-0.
for the Subway third inning triple play promotion. Text Subway 3 to 97999 right now, and a 300th texter will win a $30 gift card to Subway restaurants in the Chicagoland area. Subway, fresh is what we do.
First pitch strike to Adam Eaton. He got us on the board in a hurry back in the first. Hit a ball deep in the center field. And here is what DeShields did. He got a good jump, got a good read, route, boom, hits the wall, and the ball pops out.
Love to see Adam be able to get on base to lead off this inning. He's ahead in the count 3-1.
Good pitch by Colby Lewis.
Sox fans, join us on Saturday, May 21st at 1:10 versus the Royals. All fans ages 21 and over will receive a 25th ballpark anniversary canvas presented by Miller Lite, the original light Pilsner and official beer of the Chicago White Sox. Purchase your tickets today at whitesox.com or call 866-SOX-GAME.
So here's Rollins. Hit a little soft nubber in between first and second that Lewis went over, picked it up, tossed to Moreland, and Eaton scored. So Jimmy picked up his 5th RBI. 0-2 the count. And that's over our dugout, souvenir left side.
Last year the Rangers surprisingly were not a good defensive team. They made 119 errors. Their fielding percentage was .981. That was better than only 2 teams in the major leagues. This year they're second in the league defensively. They've committed 12 errors, and that's only behind Boston.
Ball hit sharply. 2 down.
Odor had some problems defensively. When I talked to Jeff Bannister, he said that Tony Beasley, who was the third base coach, he's now on the shelf for a bit, and hopefully he's going to recover. He's taking a whole lot of treatments. But Tony Beasley and Steve Buechele worked on the footwork with Odor at second base, and they said he's getting much better double plays and much better with his footwork side to side.
Well, we were just one place above Texas defensively last year.
Yeah.
We were 13th in the American League. One and one to count to Abreu.
Last 12, things going awfully well for the big guy. 2 home runs, 3 doubles. He's driven in 12 and scored 6. Number 1 in pitching in the American League. The team is hitting right now. Our Sox by a wide margin over Seattle, and then comes Tampa Bay way back at third.
Seems a little odd not to see Nolan Ryan sitting downstairs in those seats that he always did watching the game.
He made a wise choice when they brought in Nolan Ryan for a couple different reasons.
Well, one of them being this ballpark. He's the reason this ballpark is built.
Yeah.
Odor stays with it. 1, 2, 3 inning. And it's still 1-0 Sox. Bobby Wilson, the catcher. Went on 2 hits, no errors for the good guys. No runs, 1 hit, no errors for their guys. Wilson with a grand slam homer yesterday. 6 for 11 since since rejoining this ball club. As there's a bullet going to hang up there. 1 pitch, 1 out, albeit off a very hang woofing. But you were talking about Nolan Ryan, your reasoning.
Well, this has been known as an offensive organization, always known as an offensive ballpark since it was built. Well, Nolan came in and he was a guy who liked to finish what he started, and although that was a bygone generation, he brought a sense of toughness. He was a tough guy. He brought a sense of toughness, and he wanted his pitchers to go deeper into the game, and his philosophy was twofold. One, go deeper into the game, you protect your bullpen. You take more outs as a starting pitcher, you have less outs out of the pen. And that really helped this ball club in a resurgence, and under Nolan, they were pretty good a lot of years because they changed philosophies a bit.
Well, they changed philosophy. They changed personalities of this ball club. He let them know there was no 5 and fly more.
It's true.
5 and fly as a term has been used in baseball for a long time. And by pitchers go out there, go 5 innings, have a lead, and they're gone. They're gone. The Shields. Nolan Ryan, there are many games he would throw over 200 pitches.
Yeah, he didn't have any problem going the distance, regardless of what that distance was.
The Shields at 222, couple of homers, 8 knocked in. Last year, a couple of homers, 37 driven in. Well, it seems like in every generation, that's why this is such a great game. The history of the game of baseball, the tradition, is there's a nice snap. 2 down. And it's been going on for well over 100 years. And that being that it seems like every generation, as you take another look at it, there are symbols in this game. And for an example, back in the late 50s, 60s, the symbol of pitching was not Sandy Koufax. He was the best during that 6-year period. But the symbol of pitching during that generation, so to speak, was Don Drysdale. And Nolan Ryan was the symbol of pitching during his time frame.
No, there's no doubt about that.
Nolan with 222 complete games.
That's all.
Ate him up. Good pitch, good inning. Odor's retired, and we're into the 4th. Miguel Gonzalez got himself a 1-0 lead. White Sox baseball blog at WGNTV.com, sponsored by Jeff Vukovich, your local nationwide insurance agent serving the area for over 38 years. So to join the nation, visit JeffVuk.com, because Nationwide is on your side.
It behoove our boys to come up with a couple of runs here, because a 1-0 lead is tenuous in any ballpark, but especially in this ballpark.
The 0-1 pitch to Ty. The ground out his first trip.
It's number 52 on the way. Not a particularly high total. Lewis has only walked one. That usually is about how good his control is.
One out.
Every Monday this season, the White Sox will feature a flash sale in which 200 tickets in select lower level seating categories are available for the game for just $10. Each sale runs for 24 hours or until the tickets are gone. So for full details, visit whitesox.com/flash sale.
Here's Melky. Hit a high towering fly ball into right field. He just missed it his first trip. Take strike one.
He looked down at Beltre. He saw that he was not only off the line, he was back at third, and then he showed bunt, but he's not bunting. Now Adrian moves further off the line.
That ball hit well in the left field, but they got a man there. 2 down. So here's Brett. He struck out his first trip. Featuring a lot of those breaking pitches, and that's a quick 1-2-3 inning. After 3.5, it's 1-0 White Sox. Nomar Mazara, Adrian Beltre, and Prince Fielder. Here, the Ranger half of the fourth inning, 1-0 Sox. First pitch strike. Mazara got the barrel of the bat on the ball high into center field his first trip.
He was a number 3 prospect in this organization coming into this year, and we saw the emergence last year of Joey Gallo in his major league debut in this park. He looked all world, but things didn't work out all that well for him, and Mazara just flew by him, and now he's got a spot in his outfield, probably to stay.
21 years old.
He's a good one. He's big, he's strong, and he's made a remarkable rise through their system.
Could not get that one upstairs. He gone. One out. Well, he's 6'4", 215 pounds. That's the second strikeout.
And the 8th in a row. I talked with Alex Davila about Miguel Gonzalez, and I said, "Do you ever catch him?" He said, "No, I faced him, but I never caught him." I said, "How are you going to then acclimate yourself to what he does?" He said, "We're going to meet before the game, and we're going to talk about what he wants to do, and I'm going to take that into conjunction with our scouting report, and we're going to come to a consensus about what we want to do with each and every hitter."
Here's Beltre. He got a slow curveball, waited on it, hammered it down into the left field corner for a double. That's the only hit for the Rangers. That's softly into right field.
Sox fans, join us on Thursday, May 19th, as the Sox take on the Astros at 7:10. The first 10,000 fans will receive a free T-shirt presented by Prairie Farms and North Star Frozen Treats. Purchase your tickets today at WhiteSox.com or call 866-SOX-GAME. Sox fans have made the trip. It's a gorgeous night. The rains, for the moment, have left the area.
Prince went out. Miguel just ate him up with a fastball in on the hands.
Detroit had a dual purpose when they traded Prince Fielder to Texas. One was they gave him a very large contract. They were swapping some salaries.
Fair ball. That is 10 in a row retired now by Miguel Gonzalez. inning. Javi Garcia, who just ripped a double. And that ball hit hard. Odor, that ball just ate him up.
Well, that ball hit the mound and probably redirected. I don't think Odor knew exactly how it was going to bounce.
Spin on it.
Yeah, and so he started to retreat. And normally, when a middle infielder especially retreats like that, he's not going to be able to make the play. This is a rocket. A one-hopper should be a base hit. We'll have to see what Steve Weller calls it. Steve Weller, the official scorekeeper, and I know that because he's from Chicago. And so, being from Chicago, I would say that's definitely a base hit.
It's got to be a base hit.
And that's what it is. Odor really had no chance. He's mad at himself. That would be a really difficult play.
So here's Avila. He walked out and around that one. But, getting back to the DL and Josh Hamilton and all these guys. Last year, there were 458 players that went on DL for a total of 29,894 days.
How many dollars do you think that added up to? Lots of dollars.
It'd take you a while to count.
Lots of dollars.
And they can only go back, Stats Inc. can only go back to 87, but in 1987, there was a total of 215 players. As Odor, a nice play, a nice feed. Can't get him at first. That's a good play by Rougned Odor.
Gives you an idea about how the footwork has changed and how much range he has. Going away from the throw, he gets it to Andrews perfectly. Unfortunately, Alex's hamstring is completely healed, and he's able to beat the play at first base.
But the players in 87, 215 total for a total of 9,340 days. So last year, 20,000 more than 20,000 more days than going back to 87. And if you'd gone back to 70 pre-agents, so to speak, it would have been a lot less than that. There's a base hit. Attaboy Austin. So Alex will pull up.
He doesn't wait around too long. He gets what looked like a slider that didn't do much, stayed on the outer portion of the plate, and drilled it into right field. So if you can stay on it, especially one that is not going to snap away from you, it's a good pitch to hit. Desmond and Mazzara throw very well at the corners. Desmond, a lifetime shortstop, so he's got a strong arm. He's now in left field. He's got a plus left fielder's arm, and Mazzara throws pretty well in right.
This year they've got a pretty good start on surpassing last year. They had 184 players already, and this is just May 9th. For a total of 4,774 days. Uh-oh. That is the 48th double play turn by this ball club. And we're halfway home. We still lead at 1-0.
by Fifth Third Bank, the Curious Bank.
Desmond, Moreland, and Andrus. Run on 4 hits, no errors for our guys. We have left 2. No runs, 1 hit, no errors for their guys. They have left 1. Tide's got him. 1 pitch, 1 out.
Bring your little all-star inside the game. Fans 13 and under can join the White Sox Kids Club for special Kids Club giveaways, free White Sox tickets, and exclusive events. Head to whitesox.com/Kids Club to join today. The control to this point of Miguel Gonzalez has been absolutely letter perfect.
Here's Moreland. Jimmy Rollins made a good play to get him on a little soft grounder to the right side. Jimmy playing well over towards first. And Laurie way out there on the outfield grass. Outfield straight up, spread out. Small gap out there in right center.
You got to be careful here because with 3 right-handers coming up after Moreland, Jeff Bannister just might give him the 3-0 green light.
So the first walk. And here comes Andrus.
You can see the numbers have been spectacular so far. This team is playing .667 baseball at home. This is not an easy team in their home park. And Miguel has been terrific. This is a spot that's wide open. Number 5 starting spot in the rotation, and just waiting for someone to jump up and grab it. And Gonzalez has been awfully good tonight.
Takes inside, ball 1.
5 straight bad ones, and if you're Andrus, you're looking for a fastball, thinking that you got a pitcher struggling with his control. He's not going to get a fastball, however. He thought it was down, and Las Diaz says nope, had part of the plate. Take another look at it.
One and one to count.
You talk about injuries, and no team has been decimated more than Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim. Andrelton Simmons will have surgery on his thumb. He's out for 2 months. They lost Richards for probably a year and a quarter. Heaney on the DL, Wilson on the DL. That's 3 starters. Their closer, Houston Street. Gentry on the DL. Been a tough year physically.
Three and one. Andrus, 7 home runs last year, has yet to hit one this season.
He came over years ago in the Mark Teixeira deal, the deal that really helped Texas come together. And Teixeira then later went to the Yankees after his stint in Atlanta.
He had a rip. Full count.
You're going to try awfully hard to walk Elvis. He's got 5 walks and 105 at bats.
Payoff.
Moreland was running. It looked like he got a bit of a late start at first base. Maybe worried about a pickoff move to first. Ortiz now talking with him, and I think Moreland, at least for the moment, might have missed that sign because he didn't start right away.
Well, sometimes it's acceptable to get picked off on a steal, but not acceptable to get picked off on a hit and run. Or a running hit, which there were a couple of those the other day by Minnesota.
Here comes the off-speed pitch. Let's see if we can get it close.
There he goes.
Laurie with a couple of words from Moreland. Way about getting your sprints in. As you can see, most of the pitch has been down and in.
So once again, they'll tee it up with a full count.
Elvis has grounded into 4 double plays this year, and this is a pretty fast infield. The ball gets on you as an infielder very quickly.
Back-to-back walks. I mentioned a double play turned top half of this inning. It was a 48th turn by Texas. That's a bunch. Our guys have turned 27.
Well, last year this team was a bad defensive club, and yet they managed to turn 169 double plays. So those guys in the middle were awfully good, and this year, with the improvement of Odor at second base, they're turning even more. You can see coasting through so far, but he put himself in a jam here because Wilson clubbed the ball last time.
As I mentioned, he is now 6 for 12 since rejoining Texas.
It's a nice cutter. He had Wilson out front. I asked Miguel before the game about that cutter. He said he devised it to get it inside to left-handers because he was trouble throwing his fastball in there. It also helps to right-handers, especially if they're looking fastball.
Oh, 0-2. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Outfield spread out, gap in right center. He gone. 2 down.
Wilson helps him out. Last 2 pitches out of the zone, and here's another one of those cutters. It stays up, and Wilson well out in front of it.
So here's Delano DeShields. He had a hard comebacker that Gonzalez made a good play on. Check's up. Check swing strike.
No overwhelming speed at second base, and the outfield a little more shallow for DeShields, although he has occasional power. So on a base hit, they might have a shot at Moreland. Well, he's pinpointed 2 pitches to DeShields, and you got an anxious hitter trying to improve his standing with a ball club, knowing that Chu is going to come back, throw another one out of the zone. Might just get him expanding that zone.
The last thing you want to do right here, and that with a 23-year-old youngster up there, is hang one or make a mistake. That's a good pitch. He didn't get it.
Well, on that pitch, Avila wanted a fastball up, and he was sitting on the inner portions of the plate. Watch Avila. He wants it up and in. And even though it was a strike, many times when a pitcher misses his spot by that much, the umpire doesn't give him the benefit of that call because that was in the zone.
Too much time for DeShields. First of 3 and first of 6 on this 7-day road trip. We'll have 2 more with these guys. Off day on Thursday in New York, and then Friday, Saturday, and Sunday from the Bronx against Joe Girardi's Bronx Bombers. Yes. We have completed 5, and he's pitching well. Even though he walked 2 that inning, he leaves them right out there.
Centers in the first inning around Jimmy Rollins. Adam Eaton on third base with a triple, hits it to the right side. Only 1 play. And so he drives in his 5th run, and that's the only run of the ball game.
And as usual, Colby Lewis working well against our hitters.
They have the shift on for Jimmy Rollins, and a good situation to hit in. 2-0.
There's 1. And that's back underneath us.
time he swung at ball 4 on a fastball up and out of the zone. And the infield stays shifted.
And that's popped up. So 1 out. And there you're looking at Ford Frick Award winner in 2014, Eric Nadel. He's been broadcasting Ranger baseball for 37 years. Does a terrific job and is a terrific person. Years. Here's Abreu. He's 0 for 2. He is grounded to second to Odor, and he's fouled out to Odor.
Very little problems except in the second with a double and a walk.
They're going to double him up. And they did get in on him.
As long as you establish inside, you can go away with that slider a lot. And that's what it was probably looking to do here. As you see 4 hits in 5 1/3, but only 1 walk.
Well, it's pretty simple formula in the respect of the worst feeling that a hitter can have going to the plate is when he's got to look inside. When he's worried about something in here, inside. Contrary to that, the best feeling he can have is when you go to the plate, you don't worry about anything inside. You look for the ball out over the plate. That's when you can do your best work. But if you're looking inside, and a lot of our hitters have been looking inside so far this year. 2 down.
That time, Jose just got outguessed because he was probably thinking slider and he got a fastball. It was in a good spot. Normally, big man doesn't take fastballs in that spot.
Todd, a grounder to short and a strikeout. Yeah, if that's the best feeling that a hitter can have, walk up there just not worried about anything in, you can look for it out over the plate. Pitcher's got to take that feeling away from him. And there's only one way to do that.
And making him move his feet, as they used to say.
Move his feet. Whenever you see a guy who's really swinging the bat well, you know he's not worried about anything inside. And 98% of the time when you see a guy who's in a funk, he's worried about something inside.
Todd Steverson trying to help Todd Frazier get out of this. But that was a very good pitch behind in the count. Little cutter, kept it low and away in a perfect spot. Gonna throw another one there.
Well, if you have the physical talents to have been signed by a major league team and then come up through minor leagues and play in the big leagues, you've got the physical part of it. Hitting is not physicality, it's thinking. It's having a good approach.
Pretty good last pitch, because after establishing that slider away, he went inside on his hands. And here's a very young fan enjoying his souvenir.
What is it, cheese?
Looks like he's enjoying the chocolate just as much.
And that ball hit hard. Stay fair. Stay fair.
It is.
It will. You can. Put it on the board. Yes. It is 2-0 Sox on the 9th home run of the season by Todd Frazier.
He now breaks that RBI tie with Jose Abreu. He leads the team in runs batted in, and gives you an idea how strong he is, because he was well out on the front foot but kept his hands back just enough to lift it out of the ballpark. The only question, would it stay fair long enough? It certainly did. And Lewis now has given up his 9th home run, which is a whopping total. But when you're not overpowering and you're around the plate, you're going to give up a long ball or two. And Robin sees his boys with a 2-run lead.
And of course, with that home run, Alex Snellius with another generous donation to White Sox charities in loving memory of Ursula. There's a strike. Melky 0 for 2. 2 out of his last 3 home runs he's hit have been off that front foot.
And as you know, there's nothing wrong with that if you keep your hands back.
Well, if you're out on the front foot and you don't keep them back,
then you're done.
You're gone. Melky doesn't like it. He just got thrown out of the ball game. Laz has been catching it from both sides.
And it didn't end well for Melky Cabrera or the Sox. As Diaz rings him up, Melky thought it was outside. And apparently he said the magic word.
Well, I don't blame Melky, and obviously that magic word, you can't blame the umpire.
No, so he gets the Evo, and Jerry Sands comes in left field.
All right, you got to shut him down right here. This is the top of the order. Some guys who have been swinging that bat. Ned Odor, he's 0 for 2. He's going out to left, and he's grounded to first. As I mentioned, he was 7 for 15 in that 3-game sweep with the Tigers with a couple of home runs. And it's a 2-1 ball game.
.721 on the power numbers. A very talented young second baseman, and that was a no-doubter. So the third time through the order has yielded a run. That's just the second hit of the ball game. And we'll take another look at it. This one is up and out over the plate. And Odor puts a charge into it.
Odor, as we mentioned, just 22 years old, as here is Zara. Boy, if you look at some of the great young shortstop, second baseman talent, especially the shortstop position in the American League, is just phenomenal. It's really a great thing to see. You just think about Odor here, and you think about Francisco Lindor in Cleveland. I mean,
Carlos Correa in Houston.
On and on and on.
Yeah,
I mean,
there's a bunch of them. Middle
on and
infield.
on and on.
Middle infield is looking bright. The last inning. Miguel Gonzalez, with a couple of walks, lost the strike zone for a bit, and with that in mind, Sox bullpen up and going.
There's a rocket and a hang wiffle from Mazara.
White Sox fans, grab White Sox tickets with the StubHub app. We take the price and location of the seats, show you which tickets at StubHub you get the best deal, and so you can get the StubHub app today. StubHub, the official fan-to-fan ticket marketplace of the Chicago White Sox.
Here's Beltre. He had the first hit and the only other hit off Miguel as this high pop-up stay in there. It will. Two down.
There you see the pen up and going, and it's Duke and Albers, and you figure if Robin can get 6 strong out of Miguel Gonzalez, and that's just 1 out away, he will certainly consider this a job well done, and perhaps go to a pen that has been overwhelming so far.
Well, that's already been a job well done by Gonzalez.
He's thrown it very well.
And Avila has worked him very well.
It's nice to have Alex back because it gives the Sox 2 very cerebral catchers who understand the game plan, understand how to implement it, and understand what a pitcher does best, and to go to his strength first.
That's back through the middle.
So Don Cooper wants to know if they are both ready in the pen. Then he will let Robin know he's handled Desmond easily twice.
Struck him out, and then a ground ball to third. He's dangerous.
One way or the other, you would believe that this would be the last that Gonzalez is going to face. Because you got Moreland in the on-deck circle. That's why Zach Duke is throwing.
Well, as you mentioned, Gonzalez will never see him. In any circumstance. Now we're leading off next inning. Pitch. Be careful. Taking all the way right there. Thank you. whole lot of ball clubs have a 3-0 offense anymore.
Very few, and that one's right down the middle.
I mean, and that's a terrific asset.
Yet another one, very hittable for Desmond, and he threw it by him.
Full count. Fail. Close pitch, didn't get it. And here comes Robin. Terrific job by Miguel Gonzalez tonight.
Held him to 3 hits. He'll leave 2 on with 2 outs here in the 6th. So it'll be Zach Duke against Mitch Moreland. And so as Miguel departs, after just an outstanding job against a red-hot team in their ballpark, Zach Duke will come in, we'll step out, and be back after these messages. Ask for anything more out of Miguel Gonzalez, who came up just his 2nd start of the year in the major leagues. And tonight, he had just about everything going for him. This against Desmond. Takes the Shields himself. And that is Mazzara. And that's Wilson. And that's the Shields. 4 strikeouts, 3 walks. He leaves a couple men on, and he leaves it to Zach Duke. He's been a busy man. He's on for the 19th time. His ERA 2.08. He has seen Mitch Moreland twice, and Mitch Moreland does not have a hit against him. He does, however, have 1 walk.
And he has a walk tonight, coming last inning. First time up. Jimmy Rollins made a good play to get him. Over there, 1 pitch, and he gets out of it. So a good job by Zach Duke, but a terrific job by Miguel Gonzalez. with White Sox checking and an official White Sox debit card. Only available at your local Wintrust Community Bank. So go to www.wintrust.com/White Sox to learn more. Member FDIC. Two-one ball game. Laurie, Garcia, and Avila.
Home run by Todd Frazier with 2 outs in the 6th, looming large right now.
Well, even when Todd, he had 35, 36 home runs last year. Even when he's in a funk, you make a mistake on him, and he still is dangerous. That's why he's a big run producer.
With the ability to hit it out in any part of the ballpark, although he is primarily a pull hitter, but we've seen him crush the ball to right center a few times.
Oh, he can get it out anywhere. But when you get a guy who's leading your club, you get a 22-10 record, May 9th. And he comes in hitting below 200. You throw what he's hitting out the window and say, when did he hit it? That's the key.
When did he hit it, and what is he doing with the glove? Because he's made a huge difference at third base.
Well, he's been one of the. He and Austin Jackson in center. Different ball. Different ball. So that's out number 1.
Now the Ranger bullpen is up and going. It's Ramos, and for a while Barnett joined him, but he disappeared down the steps. I anticipate he'll be back.
So here's Avi, a double, a single, and he's just absolutely tattooed both of them.
Bobby Wilson took a look at exactly where Avi was standing, seeing if he was getting a little closer to the plate, but he was in the same spot.
Well, hit sharply, and Anderson's got it. 2 down. Well, not in today's game, not in today's culture, but that was one of the ways that you could. Those good hitters could set up pitchers. Moving a little around the box a little bit and letting the catcher, because back in those days catchers were going to catch you. If you moved around, all you had to do was move 3 or 4 or 5 inches and they were going to pick it up. So now if you tried to do it to where they think you're looking inside, then all of a sudden you change your thought process at the plate to going looking outside.
Lewis at the 98 pitch mark.
I was talking with Avi before the game, and we were watching some film. This is going to be a very quick 7th inning stretch coming up, but we lead it 2-1.
Major League Baseball scoreboard and abbreviated schedule.
Sox on top 2-1 here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Check out our scoreboard.
And it brings Matt Albers into the game to protect a 1-run lead. And Albers has been excellent. On for the 15th time. He's 1-0, ERA .61. Opponent's hitting an even 200. He's got the bottom part of the order. And his bullpen has just been red hot. As good as it gets in the major leagues and better than most of them consistently.
He's got the lower third. Andrus, Wilson, and DeShields. Just tuning in, we scored a run in the first. And then a home run by Todd Frazier in the 6th. They scored one in the bottom of the 6th, the home run by Odor.
Here's Will Bunt on occasion. And now Todd Frazier, who was back at third, is moved in front of the bag.
First pitch strike.
Andrus, despite having some speed, is not a particularly good base stealer. He's swiped 2. He's been caught 3 times. See, the career against Matt Albers has not been effective, although he has one long ball.
And there's a little looper. Positioning. We've had some excellent positioning.
Hey, Sox fans, learn to play baseball the right way, straight from the pros. White Sox baseball camps are open to boys and girls ages 5 to 12 and will be in over 50 communities this summer. Call 630-PLAY-BALL or visit bullsoxacademy.com to find a camp near you.
When old friend Joe Nosek was with us, we had what we call the nickel defense. And we had positioning like as good, if not better, than anybody in the American League.
I think that's one of the roles that Rick Renteria has assumed this year, and it's been just outstanding.
Wilson with a line shot to left field. Melky right at him, and then he struck out. For years, the Minnesota Twins had the best positioning of any team in the American League. And going back beyond them, in my time zone and then later on in yours, the Baltimore Orioles probably had the best defensive positioning in the American League.
Positioning will go hand in hand with pitchers who can execute a game plan.
Well, if you get that, you're going to have a winner probably. Here you go.
That was a good pitch, and although Wilson didn't appear to be happy with it, it had the whole plate. It's in a perfect spot. You see where Alex wants it. The ball drifts back over the plate, and that's a no doubt. Called third.
You talk about going back to the 60s. They call them the Bronx Bombers. I want to tell you something. Besides hitting home runs, they played great defense, and they were the best positioned team in the American League. The Shields 0 for 2. Hard comebacker to Gonzalez and a strikeout. Good try, didn't chase it.
Outfield playing shade toward right center. And Adam Eaton is in fairly close and right.
That got him. 1, 2, 3, and we're into the 8th, leading by 1.
The 2-1 ball game. Sox about hit the Rangers 5-3. It's been an errorless game, and the starters were great. Gonzalez went 5 2/3, only 3 hits and the 1 earned run. Garcia extends his hitting streak to 10 games, and Frazier now leads the club with his 9th home run. Brought to you by Honda. Start something special with a great deal on a Honda. Now at your Honda dealer, and we've got Jake Diekman. Diekman comes into this ball game last year, part of the year at Philadelphia, where he didn't do much. And then he got moved to Texas, and he was great last year. 2.08 ERA this year, 2.31 on for the 16th time. He's a hard-throwing left-hander, although he has allowed a couple of home runs. And he starts with the bottom part of the order.
Here's Austin. He's 1 for 2. Nice single into right field. Back in the 5th inning. Nice gap out there in left center.
And a lot of deception in Diekman's move, rather. Jake Diekman, he throws really hard. He hides the ball a long time. It comes from behind his body. And I think hitters have a hard time picking it up.
Very, very close to being a slinger.
Well, it's.
And as a rule, right-handed hitters don't like
no
left-handers who are slinging.
Almost like Chris Sale. Doesn't throw quite as hard, and slider not quite as good, but he's been very effective out of the Ranger pen.
That's the way to approach it right there. Medium arm side. Right-handed hitters beat him to right field.
Multiplayer deal with Philadelphia. 8 players involved brought him here last season.
One in. And that's back through the middle. Nice approach right there by Austin. The leadoff man aboard.
MLB TV Premium, the #1 live streaming sports service, delivers every out-of-market game live in HD on over 400 supported devices. Includes a free subscription to At Bat Premium, the #1 app for live baseball. Blackout and other restrictions apply, so visit MLB.tv for details.
Here's Adam. He's 1 for 3. Watch out. High net in.
He squared as if to bunt. Beltre was right in on his doorstep, and this one almost took his beard off. Diekman came over in the same deal that brought Cole Hamels to Texas.
That's foul. One and one to count. Two 6-0 for our guys. 1 3-0 for their guys. Terrific effort by Miguel Gonzalez tonight.
It's actually fortunate that that ball went foul because it was bunted too hard and Beltre was in very close at third.
A couple of outstanding defenders at third base in this series.
And that guy at first, Mitch Moreland, is a very underrated defensive first baseman. He can pick it.
Chopper.
Fair
and
ball.
It's a fair ball.
And Beltre was standing in foul territory and tried to wait as long as he could instead of just going to get the baseball and maybe throwing somebody out. But Jeff Nelson said, hey, you can be wherever you want to. The ball's in fair territory, and you just played that into a base hit.
Well, I don't think he's going to get him anyway, but on that high chopper.
Then he touches the ground in foul
I
territory.
tell you what, he is fun to watch.
Yeah, he touches it in foul territory thinking that, well, that's a foul ball. Nope, it was not.
And this happens to be a pretty good at bat right there for Adam Eaton.
Diekman is tough on left-handers.
So now Mitch Moreland might have an opportunity to get some work in as he comes in on the grass. Here's Jimmy Rollins. If he can get the job done, and Todd Frazier will have another opportunity. As they'll walk up you.
Wilson's got a strong arm, and so Austin Jackson doesn't want to try to get too much on that secondary lead. I know that Mike Scioscia, one of the real good catchers historically, and now a longtime skipper of the Angels, always thought that Bobby Wilson was a very good defensive catcher.
That's okay. 2-0 the count. Three and nothing. Don't help him out.
Diekman having problems with his release point. He can't get it close, and Barnett continues to throw in the pen, and you would think he is destined for this ball game in the not too distant future. Now Joe McEwing comes in, so there's no mistaking the intention on the signs. He has a brief conference with Jimmy Rollins.
There's one.
Here's the opportunity. Just make sure that Wilson can't pounce on it. If you butt it with a little something on it to third, sacrifice will be accomplished if it's in the zone.
Well, full count.
Marlins does not have a sacrifice this year.
And that is a strikeout.
Wilson went after it, and absolutely no reason to do that.
No. Sometimes, as you get certain pitchers out there, sometimes they're harder to hit than they are bunt. So Jeff Bannister, the manager, done a terrific job since taking over this ball club. Diekman departs, and we'll be back.
With an E at the end, which is unusual. On for the 15th time. He's 1-2. His ERA a pretty good 3.21. But opponent's hitting 3.33, which is not a good number. 19 hits in 14 innings. And he pitched in Japan. It's pretty good as a closer there. And tries to use some deception by coming to a set position, actually off to the side, which is something most pitchers don't do. He inherits runners at first and second. Only one out as the Sox look for a little insurance.
Jose is due. He's 0 for 3. Ground out, pop up, and a strikeout. Now field for the most part straight up, spread out, spaced about equidistant. Nasty right there.
Sox had a good shot in the 5th inning, but a double play got them out of it with no runs. They've got another good shot here. There's 2 on, nobody out.
Well, here's a blue plate special here. Here's a situation, the hitter. Gray is a good one at that. But you can absolutely force him. Throw you something good to hit by standing right on top of that plate. 1-2.
This is a slider on the outside corner, but didn't have all that much movement.
No,
to
that
it.
was a good pitch to hit. If he takes a little something off of it, we got a problem. Two on, one out. 2-2 the count.
There is the difference in the ball game. Todd Frazier with his solo home run with 2 outs in the 6th.
It's a little dicey here now for Barnett. Full count. That's high right field. And that's out number 2.
That home run we were talking about in the 6th inning, our 4th drive of the game. Colby Lewis on the hill. And this one stayed fair just long enough. Home run number 9.
And if you're just tuning in, Colby Lewis was outstanding.
Well pitched ball game tonight. Both guys.
He moved it around. Yeah. Just like he always does against us. He always pitches well.
7 innings.
Very seldom does he have a bad outing.
7 innings, 2 runs, 5 hits, just 1 walk and 5 strikeouts.
Here's Todd. Nine homers, 22, taking over the team lead in ribbies. As always, first pitch in the sequence. The situation always big. Goes Todd's way. 1-0.
Almost threw that ball into center field, but Odor was able to reach back and make sure that Jackson didn't take off.
There's a shot, base hit. He can't get it out of his glove. It's a 3-1 ball game. Another big, and now the ball gets away, so both runners will advance. Another big RBI for Todd Frazier.
This was going to be a very close play at the plate, but Ian Desmond, who's a shortstop by trade, converted to left field, could not make the throw, and when he did, he threw it away. So he just goes down and gets a fastball. It's at the knees, and he hammers it through the left side. And Desmond has a terrific arm, but he lost the grip. And a big late run. Then he throws it away. Beltre cannot corral it, and both runners move up.
Don't stop now, boys. Boy, those late inning 2-out base hit, RBI base hits are huge.
Late inning add-ons have been the characteristic of this ball club.
Yeah, offensively they have. there for a long time. 7th, 8th, and 9th inning. This club is leading everybody in runs scored. So here's Jerry Sands. Cabrera was thrown out of the ball game after being called out on strikes in the 6th inning. Get on out there. It won't. Odor is there, makes the catch, but the big clutch 2-out RBI single by Todd Frazier. We go to the bottom of the 8th, leading 3-1.
Defensive efforts by the inner defense of the Rangers. Alex Avila hitting for a base hit. Ned Odor has other ideas, and then Avi out for the first time in the ball game, but it took a big play to his left by Elvis Andrus. And so Speed Replay is brought to you by Xfinity. Xfinity X1 will change the way you experience TV, and Nate Jones comes into this one for the 15th time. He was preceded by Duke and Albers, who took over from Miguel Gonzalez. And Nate comes on with a 2-run lead and at the top of the order.
Ned Odor, fly out to left, grounded to first, and then a line shot home run in the bleachers in right field. Little man is a good fastball hitter.
He's got some pretty quick hands, and he can hit it a long way. That time, just barely fouled on the line. A perfect example of what happens when you are the favored son of any organization and you get hurt. We heard so much about Jurickson Profar. He was going to be the next great thing. He was going to come in and play second base because of Andrus playing short. He got hurt, and when he got hurt, Odor had his chance, and I don't think they're going to take second base away from him anytime soon.
2-1 to count. Boy, he just turned that high heater around. But now he's on his way to third base. He is a good fastball hitter.
It was a high fastball he took out of the ballpark in the 6th, and it's another high fastball that he turns on here. And he turns it into a triple. To me, like they might have had a shot at him. No throw to third.
Take another look at that swing by Odor. What's that front foot? Just does get down before the swing. That's one reason he can turn that high heat around. Here's Mazzara.
Infield back. They're going to concede the run with a 2-run lead. Try to stay out of the big inning. Alex has got to block anything if he calls a slider. Go for a fastball up.
Yeah, that's got a piece. That pitch at 88.
Been the warmest weather our Sox have played in a long time.
Wants it up.
Let's look at David Robertson. And he's getting ready.
And just to get a piece of it.
There's their closer, Sean Tolleson, who did not have a save in his professional career before last year. Last year they handed him the closer job and he ran with it.
He gone. One out.
He was trying the entire at bat to get that slider down, and it was down, and he got it. Good late breaking slider, and for the second time tonight in 4 at bats, Mazzara goes down on strikes.
Here's Beltre, a double down into the left field corner, fly out to right, and a pop up to Abreu at first. There's a strike, so Beltre got on her 418 home runs.
And that last pitch was not a great slider. It rolled over the inner portion of the plate, not where Nate would have wanted it.
A lot of times on the first pitch, you may get away, with it. But on the second and third pitch,
I don't think he wants to go there again with the same pitch.
Nope.
Beltre 2 for 4 against Nate Jones, and he hit one of them out of the park.
Shot over the head of Brady. So it's a 3-2 ball game. Looked like Jose may have been fooled us a little bit on that one. That ball was torched.
RBI number 22. Beltre goes down and gets this one. It's a slider. And now we have one of the faster guys around, Drew Stubbs, who comes on a pinch run at first base. And we have Don Cooper going to the mound. Stubbs 4 for 4 in stolen bases. One of the reasons that he was brought in. Not that he's a great hitter, but that he can play defense late and he can steal you a base. As Beltre departs this one, 2 for 4 with a big base hit in the 8th.
So here's Prince, fly out to right, a grounder to first, and then a solid single back through the middle.
He's tied for the team lead, rounding into double plays, 5 of them.
Put a pretty good pass on that one. 3-8-0 for our guys, 2-5-1 for their guys. Here in the bottom of the 8th inning, if you're just joining us. That was a big man, but he can move it. And he could not check it up.
That time Nate took a little something off his slider and he got Fielder out in front. As Diaz didn't even need an appeal, he said, yes, you did. And he was right on with that call.
Two and two. Another one.
We undoubtedly are going to see Drew Stubbs running here. Ian Desmond in the on-deck circle. Jeff Bannister knows that Fielder an inviting double play target, and he's got his speed burner at first base.
Now Fielder deep, spread out. And the payoff. There you go. They got him for out number 2.
Nate did a good job there. A heads-up job by Nate Jones. Even though Todd Frazier was going to the third base bag, Nate Jones knew that wide of the bag as Frazier was, third base was unoccupied. So he sprinted to the bag to make sure that Stubbs wasn't thinking about going to third.
So you got Desmond at the plate. You got Moreland on deck. Moreland, strong left-handed hitter. So Nate Jones will depart. And here comes David Robertson, and we'll be back.
David Robertson comes in for what Robin Ventura hopes will be a 4-out save. Looking for his 11th. ERA .68. 17 strikeouts, 5 walks, and 13 in the third. He inherits Drew Stubbs at second base. He represents the tying run. Ian Desmond, who drew a base on balls last time up, which was the final man that Miguel Gonzalez threw to in his brilliant effort. So a tense one here in the first of 6-game road trip, the first of a 3-game series against a red-hot Texas team.
That ball's hit hard over the head. He misplayed it, and we tied at 3. So now that throw out of Melky Cabrera looms large.
You got a first ball curveball, and Desmond jumped on it. That one rolled up there, and Jerry Sands kind of frozen in his tracks. This ball is crushed. He can't get to it. And now the go-ahead run out at second base. Desmond driving in his 14th.
And here's Mitch Moreland. Jacks it up, takes ball 1.
Got first base open, and Moreland has good numbers against David. I think that he was crossed up on that pitch, and Alex fortunate to be able to make the catch. He was sitting outside looking fastball. He got the hook. Watch Alex. He's sitting low and away. He wants a fastball, and he's able to adjust. But he goes out right away and talks with David about a set of signs they're using.
Ate him up, pops him up. Laurie makes the catch, but they come up with a pair, and we will go to the ninth, tied at 3.
Game along with Robin by logging on to WGNTV.com and click on the WGN Sports Game Zone banner for the latest stats and information. Sox Game Zone is powered by Dodd Camera, family owned for 125 years, handling all your photographic needs. Dodd Camera, where the focus is on you. Their closer, Sean Tollison, comes in, and you can see that he's been successful, 10 of 12 saves. This is not a save opportunity. His ERA is way up there. Jeff Bannister wants to buy an inning with his closer.
So here is Laurie. It'll be Brett, Avi, and Avila.
Drew Stubbs stays in the game in center field. And Hanser Alberto comes in at third.
That ball hit into right center field. So 1 pitch, 1 out.
Ellison before last year was not a closer. And last year they gave him that opportunity and he put it all together. 35 saves, 2.99 ERA, 73 appearances, and a 6-4 record to cement his closing role with these Rangers.
Avi's 2 for 3, a hard double, a hard single, and then he hit a firm ground ball to short. Barreled it up 3 times. One out, 1-1 to count. First of 3 and first of 6 on this road trip. Off day coming on Thursday. And we'll finish it off Friday, Saturday, and Sunday with 3 against the Yankees. There's another rocket off the bat of Avi. Wow.
Good thing Tollison is not 6'4". At 6'2", he's able to get underneath this one, and it's a rocket right back to him. He couldn't get the glove up in time as he falls off to the first base side. Pitchers who can't defend themselves because of that follow through eventually get hit awfully hard.
Man, that thing looked like a Roman candle being shot at him.
He He can really hit it
Just
hard.
a solid white line out to center field. Here's Alex. Come on, Alex. First and third and birdie. Takes that fastball outside.
Also from right here in Dallas, Texas. Originally drafted and signed by the Dodgers. Was up a couple of times with the Dodgers before coming here. 2014.
Two and 0 the count. Could not check it up. No sense in turning around and saying anything.
No, he's seen a huge plate all night long.
Almost threw it away.
Outfield playing him straight away. The infield is a dead pull hitter. The irony is it's the first pitch in the entire sequence in the zone, and that was the one that Tollefson didn't get.
So a full count. There he goes. That's a souvenir. So on 3-2 count, he'll come back.
Wilson wanted a fastball. Tollefson shook to the off-speed pitch.
There it goes again on the 3-2, and there is a base hit. Bobby now is going to be held at third. Looked like second for a second. So McEwen was going to wave him home, but he stopped him.
There was a wonderful example of catcher knows best. It's that changeup that Alex rifled into the right field corner. And Jeff Bannister comes out. Not sure exactly what he is arguing about with Las Diaz, but he's very animated. I think it was a strike. I think it was the high strike to Avila. Bannister can see this one getting away on one call, and I think Jeff is on the verge of getting the heave-ho if he hasn't already.
He was trying to.
Yep, I think so. Now this is a pitch before. You see all the pitches pretty much out of the zone, and that one looked like it had the upper part. Well, then Bobby Wilson wanted a fastball, and Tollefson shook him off, went to the changeup, and that's what Avila rifled into the corner. So Miguel Gonzalez,
the pitching coach, yeah.
Miguel Gonzalez, who was brilliant tonight, only to get a no decision as Texas tied it up. Looking to see if his ball club can win it late.
Well, it's tough for any. I don't know if he's arguing that. I don't know what it was, but if you argue ball on strikes, you're going to get thrown out.
He was arguing, I believe, he was arguing balls and strikes.
Well, he should have been thrown out.
He has been ejected.
Okay, well now he's arguing balls and strikes. But it's hard for Jeff, or it's hard for Robin, to go out and argue with the strike zone tonight of Laz Diaz. It's been all over the place.
It's a tad inconsistent.
Yeah, it's been all over the place.
There's a go-ahead run 90 feet away.
Here's Austin. He's 2 for 3. 2 sharp singles and a run scored.
Austin can bunt. And we'll see if that comes into play. Got a new third baseman just in the game in Hanser Alberto. So Beltre is not there.
And the count 2-0.
Jens Tollefson. I believe that pencils out to 286.
Well, if you give these guys a chance to turn it, they're going to turn it. They got 48 double plays. And there he is, the bunt. That'll get the job done, and everybody's safe. Yes. 4-3, good guys.
That looked like about the best wedge you could hit. It hit, it stopped, and there was no play anywhere. So Jackson driving in his 11th, his 3rd hit of the night. It trickles on the grass and nobody is at first base. I'm not sure where Odor was. He was not in the right position. No chance at all to get Avi. He timed it perfectly at 3rd base.
Boy, that looked like that new XE1 65-degree wedge I got.
When you could spin back a bit.
Oh yeah. back it up in a bathtub. Don't stop now. There's the bunt going foul. Started off with Brett Laurie hitting a deep drive into right center. Garcia with a rocket into center field for a base hit. Avila with a bullet into right field for a base hit. Runners at the corners, and then the bunt. I love the bunt.
As well executed as that was, perfect timing.
Come on, Adam, good 2-strike hitter, buddy. Make him get it down. Bit of a gap out there in right center. There's a chopper. And he will take it himself and just does get him. So 2 out. Ducks on the pond, and here comes Jimmy.
Moreland takes a peek and there was no play, and then he judges that he can get there an eyelash ahead of Adam Eaton, and he was right.
Jimmy's due. He's 0 for 4. Takes ball 1. Well, Adam, you saw just how he was attacking the first base right there. He's already got himself a couple of base hits this season by going to the front of the bag instead of hitting the middle of it.
Well, he leads the league in infield hits, so he's been doing everything right this year. A triple to lead off the ball game, scoring the first run of the game. Then a base hit last inning, and he moved the runners along here.
Well, Jimmy should be getting something decent to hit right here. Abreu on deck. And he just yanks it a little bit foul. So 2 out, 2 on, 1 in, 2-2 the count. And it remains 2 balls, 2 strikes. Game 2 tomorrow night. Carlos Rodon against Derek Holland. Holland, 29-year-old southpaw. And game on for Comcast Sportsnet. But right here, on a little base hit. Pops him up. And that'll retire the side, but we come up with 1, and we'll go to the bottom of the 9th leading by 1. Four 11-0 for our guys. 3-6-1 for their guys. Leandris, Wilson, and Alberto, the scheduled hitters.
We certainly don't want to roll around to Odor. We've seen what he can do with high fastballs. David Robertson trying to achieve something that no closer wants, and that is a win after a save opportunity, but he'll gladly take it.
Andrus 0 for 2 with a walk. Get foul. That's right size. Wrong shape. Well, that ball absolutely killed.
For a guy with no home runs, Elvis got around on that, fortunately, very quickly. The inside fastball, and he's looking first ball fastball, and you can see one of the reasons why.
Well, he's 4 for 9 against him. So he's seeing the ball pretty good. 0-2.
If he feels real comfortable with that hook, it's a nice time to use it.
And if Andrus on 0-2, should be forgetting about the long ball and just trying to get on base. Count evens at 2.
That was supposed to be a curveball that spun him out of there. He just completely lost the grip on that.
Payoff pitch. So here's Bobby Wilson.
Frazier came over to David Robertson asking him how he's going to work to Bobby Wilson. Wilson can bunt. We saw it with Anaheim a few times, and Todd Frazier is in very close at third.
There's a good one. Sacrifice 3-4.
Gets this one down perfectly. Leaving a break with only one play. There's a tying run out at second.
So here's Alberto. Outfield swung around to the right. Huge gap out there in left center. Frazier backing off the line of third. There's first pitch strike to Hanser.
Hitting 143. He came in defensively at third after Beltre was taken down for a pinch runner.
Very quickly, 2 strikes.
It's the best fastball David's thrown. Not only location, but he got it up to 91. Kept it low and away to Alberto.
Well, movement and location, David Robertson strong. Go along with that real good hook. There's a base hit, and this ball game is tied.
David does not have a good hook tonight.
No, there's just a Kansas City special right there, just a little duck snort into left field. But the leadoff walk comes around, and it's 4-4.
He had 2 strikes, and he hangs a curveball inside.
Just a little flare. All right, let's get them out and then get some in. Now Bill Miller says you got to come to a set position and step off and come over. and they call him safe. I should say Jeff Nelson, not Bill Miller. Well, rocking the hard place here. This little guy, he is 2 for 4 tonight. A home run, triple. He's been red hot.
Take a look at it here. And Jeff Nelson is looking right at it. So, but he tagged it with the wrong foot.
He was all over it.
He saw it right there. David's control tonight, not real good. Alex wanted that fastball away on the last pitch, and he missed with it in.
Thank you. Four 11-0 for us. We've stranded 7. 4 7-1 for them. They've stranded 6.
Alberto has yet to try to steal a base this year.
High, trying to come back, stay with it.
He made the catch.
We can't see it from where we are, but he is out, and that's number 2. That wind was bringing that ball back. It was in the seats.
Another good play by Adam Eaton, who stays right with it. And with about a step to spare, he hauls it in foul territory, but it's a big out.
So here's Nomar Mazara. Mazara's 0 for 4. A couple of strikeouts, a line drive, hard line drive to second. He also went out to center. We can get out of this one. In the 10th, we'll have Abreu, Frazier, and Sands.
And they've already used their closer, so the bullpen up and going. I don't believe it's going to be Tolliser. Sam Dyson.
Chopper to Hopper, and that'll do it. But they come up with one on the little soft Kansas City special by Alberto.
Our ball club has been there one time. They're 1-0. Their ball club has been there 3 times. They're 0-3, and the only time Sox went into extra innings, they beat the Rangers. So Sam Dyson having a pretty good year on for the 16th time. His ERA 2.40. Last year was even better. He was 2-1. His ERA 1.15 in 31 appearances last year for the Rangers after coming over from Miami.
First pitch to Ryu. Anderson's got it. 1 pitch, 1 out. Jose now 0 for 5 tonight. Here's Todd Frazier. It's 2 for 4, a home run, and then a big 2-out RBI single in the 8th to put us on top. 3-1. Count evens. There's a shot back through the middle. We're tied 3 for 5. 3 Rockets.
Taking it right back through, and after being retired the first 2 times up, the next 3 turned into gold for Todd Frazier.
Here's Sands. He's been in play 1 time, popped up the 2nd.
And if you're not with us earlier, Melky Cabrera got thrown out of the ball game arguing balls and strikes in the 6th inning.
Seen a lot of guys getting thrown out lately calling, arguing on balls and strikes.
Well, the argument on anything on the base paths, because of the replays, that's pretty much gone by the boards.
Rackham. All right, we'll go to the bottom of the 10th. 9-4.
As we move to the bottom of the 10th inning. There's look at Dan on for the 9th time. His ERA a little above 2.5, and he's got to go right through the middle of the order. But Beltre was taken down for a pinch runner, and that put Drew Stubbs, I believe, in that spot in the batting order, the 3rd spot. So it'll be Stubbs, Fielder, and Ian Desmond.
Maybe Ryan Rua. No, it's Drew Stubbs. 15. Beltre tonight was 2 for 4 with an RBI, a big RBI back in the 8th inning. First time we saw Stubbs a few years ago, quite a few years ago now in spring training. He looked like he had a chance to be a absolute superstar.
Well, for a big man, he always had blazing speed.
And at that time, he could throw. He was a good outfielder. As Todd's got him one down. Plus, he hit one of the longest home runs to right field we saw all spring. Just hadn't worked out that way. So here's Prince. He's 1 for 4. Had a hard single back through the middle. That was back in the 6th inning. So 2 double plays in this game turned by Texas. They now have 49 twin killings.
One of the things that I talked with Jeff Bannister about, he's saying Odor has a tendency to get very long on his throw, and he thinks that new rule about sliding into second base has really helped him at second. And they turned 169 double plays last year, and now with Odor there all year long, a chance of turning more this year.
Well, Odor's got a gun.
Good one, and just going to get better.
One ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Good layoff of him. 22,958. That is below their season's average of 31,940. And that 31,940 was for 15 home dates. That was a decent pitch for him to hit. Couldn't do anything with it. And Texas blowing everybody away in double plays. Now 49.
Stop by Avila with nobody on, but it's good practice to block anything down in that time. Alex wanted a fastball away. Dan shook him off, shook him to the slider, but missed with it. First game back for Alex Avila. A nice job behind the plate, and he came through with a big hit.
He did a real good job with Miguel Gonzalez, working him into a real good outing. I mentioned 49 double plays by Texas. National League, 37 is leading. Three-two pitch.
And trick off Alex one more time and then miss with a fastball. And now Rua comes in to pinch run. His fielder will depart this one.
So here's Ian Desmond, had a big RBI double tying up the game in the 8th inning at 3. That's off the glove. Jennings hard into center field, so Rua will go ahead and go on to third base. That walk. Now on third. 1 out. Runners at the corner.
Jennings loves to hit fastballs, and he took one right back up the middle. Rua easily to third base. And now meeting at the mound. Jennings, one of their best base runners and base stealers, but his run inconsequential, except as it takes you out of the double play situation. As Don Cooper now coming out. Steve Buechele having a talk with Ian Desmond. Buechele, a long time third baseman in the major leagues. Outfield has to come in at the depth in which they feel they can throw out Rua at the plate on a fly ball. So they're in all the way around.
So here is Mitch Moreland. Looked at that pitch nicely. Four tie here in the bottom of the 10th, but runners at the corners, only 1 out. So you got to bristle up right here, Dan. Moreland is sitting in the catbird seat. Both teams had momentum coming into this series. They swept Minnesota. They swept the Tigers. And they're going to go for the double play, and they get it. Brett Laurie heads up all the way. Yes. And we'll go to the 11th.
It looked like a fairly risky play, but Moreland doesn't have particularly good speed. Ground ball right at Laurie. And Jimmy Rollins guns him down by a full step at first base, out of the inning, and the game's still alive. And we've got Cesar Ramos who comes into the game.
He is not what you would call a chalk player.
On for the third time, and Ramos is one of those guys that is a candidate for the 5th starting spot. Although Jeff Bannister has said they're probably going to go with 4 for the next month, except for perhaps 2 opportunities to use that 5th. A.J. Griffin, who was 3-0 on the disabled list with shoulder problems. So a chance here because the man who started the double play leads it off, and you got the guy hitting the ball the best on the ball club, Garcia, coming up next.
So Brad 0 for 4. And by chalk player, I mean he's not a safety first guy. That's a hockey mentality that Brett Laurie has.
That ball hit awfully hard, and knowing that Moreland wasn't the fastest guy around, he decided to go for 2.
Well, he was right very easily. And the thing is, though, that a lot of times in that situation, you don't see that often. You're going to have probably 95% of the second baseman come home on that play. So you got to want to hurry. That was a good play on Jimmy Rollins to go over and get there. 1 out. So here's Ivy. Ivy has been to the plate 4 times, barreled it up all 4 times, 3 for base hits. Rocket double, rocket single, another rocket single.
Sox bullpen up and going. Ramos, you just have to wait back because he can't overwhelm you with anything he has. And he throws you a steady diet of off-speed stuff. So it's Zach Putnam loosening in the path.
There's Alex, 1 for 3, a big base hit. Back in the ninth. Takes first pitch strike.
Alex showing great patience. Worked the count to 3-0. And he sees normally as many pitches as anybody on the ball club.
A 2-out walk. And here comes Austin. He's 3 for 4. With an RBI. That was a squeeze bunt that nobody covered at first. He beat that out. He also led off the 8th with a single and came around to score. Around it. Easy inning right there for Ramos, even with the walk, and we go to the bottom of the 11th. This 3-game set and the first of the 7-day 6-game road trip.
There's a little guy that needs a little bigger head or a little smaller hat.
Now, if you're just tuning in, Houston beat Cleveland 7-1. Washington beat Detroit 5-4. Kansas City was beaten by the Yankees 6-3. And in that Washington win, Bryce Harper was walked twice. So here we go. Bryce Harper beating him. You don't want Mike Trout beating him.
Well, yesterday, Bryce Harper was walked 6 times.
Well, when I saw that this morning, when I got on my iPad, when I saw that, I applauded Joe Madden.
Hit him once, 6 walks, First time, what, in 100 years or maybe longer that a guy's been up 7 times with no official at bats.
I've seen guys walk. I've seen them walk with the bases loaded. I've seen them walked intentionally 4 times in a game. We had a meeting. We were playing Washington. Big Frank Howard. Sam McDowell was pitching for us, and Sam couldn't get him out. And so in the pregame meeting, Alvin Dark said, "Sam, don't worry about a thing today, buddy. I'm taking you off the hook." He said, "We're going to put him on every time he comes to the plate." Sam had that 100-mile-an-hour plus fastball, and the harder he would throw it, the further Hondo would hit it. One and two the count. Andrus has walked twice in this game, once leading off the 9th and came around to score. Tied. 1 out.
It was a nice play to come on and smother that ball. You wait back, you're going to get a tough hop, and Andrus very unhappy with himself. Got a pitch to hit. It was on the inside portion of the plate.
There's Bobby Wilson 0 for 3. First time up, he just ripped one into left field right at Melky Cabrera. Then he struck out a couple of times and had a sacrifice bunt. One of the things that's always bewildered me a little bit in this game is you hear guys talk about, well, this guy, we're not going to let him beat us. Meanwhile, you pick up a paper the next day, he beats you.
You're doing a lot of trusting of your pitcher to say, pitch around this guy. I'm not going to walk him intentionally, but you pitch around him and see if you can nip at the plate and let him get himself out, because that doesn't work all that much.
Well, most of the time that'll get you in big problems if you let the pitcher have that responsibility. Three and 0. Hands are Alberto on deck, so no cookies. He was swinging right there.
Leaving nothing to the imagination there.
No. Well, that's when a hitter on 3-0 in the bottom of the 11th inning in a tie game. You want the guy to throw you a strike, even if it's when you're not going to swing it like he didn't on that inside strike. If you got power, you want to try to hit it out of here. Rollins. 2 down. And if you're just tuning in, that is Miguel Gonzalez, who went out there tonight, 5 2/3, gave up 1 run on 3 hits, 3 walks, and 4 strikeouts. Really pitched himself a fine ball game. Got a little tired in the 6th. So here's Alberto. He had that little duck snort single in the left field to tie up this game in the 9th inning. After Andrus had walked, and then Wilson sacrificed him to second. Funny how the change comes in this game. It's a day-to-day game, always has been and always will be. You look at guys that you don't want to beat you. Well, right now in this lineup is Odor. You do not want him to beat you.
No, right now. Well, they've taken Beltre out. They've taken Fielder out.
Well, to tell you the truth, I'd rather have those two guys that played with 2 out, man on second base in a tie game than Odor. He's swinging the hot bat.
Yeah, he's got a home run and a triple tonight. Scored the 2.
And the same thing goes. You go to Cleveland. Francisco Lindor is a guy you don't want beating you over there. Then you go to Detroit. Miguel Cabrera is the guy you don't want beating you there, even though he's got a lot of protection. Ball gets by, so he will reach.
It's a slider in the dirt, and Alex went out. Tough ball to handle. He tried to backhand it, couldn't get it, and no chance to get Alberto.
So the wild pitch puts him at first with 2 down, and here is Odor. Got in on him right there. Nice job, Danny. Gets him out, and we'll go to the 12th. In the 9th inning, Austin Jackson.
Perfect bunt. Good timing by Avi. Nobody covering first. The play was going to be the winning run, but not to be, as Alberto gets a hanging curveball. And there is the tying run, and that's exactly where we stand at this point. Alberto, who came in for defense, gets a base hit.
And top of the 12th, top of the order, Adam Eaton, Jimmy Rollins, and Abreu. In between the innings right there, I just got a text from a buddy. This Hawk, I love you, but how can you say you'd rather have Odor not beat you than Beltre or Fielder? Right now, he's a better hitter. It's just that simple. Odor coming in, hitting at .296. He's got 7 home runs and 21 RBIs. Beltre hitting .275 with 5 home runs and 21 RBIs. And Prince hitting at .190 with 2 homers and 18 RBIs. Now do the math. It's not how much money you make, it's who's swinging the hot bat. Is there is a walk. Yes.
there is a chance to score the go-ahead run, as Ramos is going to be around here for a while because he's got the ability to be a starting pitcher. So Bannister does not have to go to the bullpen, and Jimmy Rollins, who had an opportunity to lay a bunt down, didn't get it down in the 9th. Excuse me, didn't get it down in the 8th.
Well, Jimmy didn't give anything away.
Ramos does throw a lot of soft breaking balls in the dirt, so Adam has to be heads up to that.
What was your favorite move as far as this situation? Man on first, nobody out, somebody at the plate who's supposed to be bunting, but maybe not. It's supposed to be. Did you like to throw over to first or a quick step off?
I like the quick step off.
I did too,
yeah. That to me is a better pitch. Give you an indication if the guy's going to shorten up or not. Alberto charging at third.
Going to the count. Yeah, that's been my experience in this game.
Yep.
Watching, the best move was a quick step off.
Jimmy, for the first time, getting a chance to hit right-handed. Right-handed this year, 9 at-bats, 5 hits. Came in left-handed, hitting under 200, so this is preferred side.
Tried that slow curveball. Can't get him. Ball is thrown away. Now runners will advance. Adam will stop at third. Rollins at second. So Ducks on the pond and nobody out.
Interesting play at second, because Ben May pointed to Adam, and Adam says, look, he interfered with me at second base. Now they're going to talk about it because they could easily award him home plate.
That's what Robin's out there saying. That's umpire's discretion there. Jeff Nelson, crew chief.
One way or the other, it's going to be an error on Andrews. But here's the controversy. Adam tries to get up, and he says that Odor blocked him from going to third base. He might have had a shot at scoring.
Well, let's see it from this angle.
Well, he absolutely stepped right into
Sure
him.
he did.
Well, it is a base hit. It is E6. And they are not going to allow the go-ahead run to score on that. But it's going to load him up. It's going to put him on second and third. So it forces the infield in. Nobody out. And it's going to load him up because of the intentional walk.
Well, if you think they're going to let that run score on that play right there, you got to be nuts.
No, but it was.
It takes some cojones to do that, and they're not going to call it.
No, it was clearly. He was interfered with clearly at second base.
Try to bring up Todd Frazier.
Right man for the job, because he's been really swinging it. Let's take a look at Odor's body. Now he misses it clearly. And then he absolutely steps right into him.
No question about it.
And Adam right there, I mean, that was as clear a definition of interference with the base runner as you've seen. He got away with it. Credit Odor.
Takes ball 1. Tied 3 for 5. Homer. Huge 2-out RBI single, and then another single in the 10th.
You got the infield way in. And they're coming home with everything.
That ball hit deep. He goes back. Hit the fence. He looks up. You can put it on the board. Yes. Yes. A grand slam for Todd Frazier. And it is an 8-4 ball game.
6 runs batted in, 4 hits, 2 home runs. Gives him 10 for the year. What a night for Todd Frazier. And a huge 12th inning. 3rd grand slam of his career. And Don Cooper grabs him first. That is an ecstatic dugout. And a big night for Todd.
Boy, what a difference the year makes in the dugout. The energy has been this way all year. Sands down to 3rd.
Looking for some slow stuff, and he gets it. And Todd knows it's gone with left to bat. Home run hitters, they don't have to wait. They know it's gone, and that one was way back.
Yeah, we touched on that earlier. That's why he's such a big run producer. Even when he's in the funk, he is still dangerous. And if you make a mistake on him, he probably is going to get you. Now, if you make a decent pitch on him, if he's in the funk, you're going to get him.
There's no doubt. But
you don't have to make good pitches on him. But if you make a decent pitch, you get him. But if you make that mistake, you can put it on the board.
it's a career high in runs batted in. Solo home run in the 6th, the RBI single in the 8th, and 4 more here in the 12th. 6 runs driven in, a career high.
That ball hit hard by Laurie. That's over the head. So he's on his way to second. He'll get there.
So even with the good speed of Drew Stubbs, he couldn't handle that one as it was crushed over his head in the first hit of the night for Bet Laurie. High fastball, and at 88, not enough to get by him.
Love that finish when he puts that finish on there, keeps those hands in front of his chest, short and quick. So here's Avi. He's 3 for 5. He has hit it hard tonight. He's going to inside it out it.
Miguel Gonzalez still in the dugout. This is just his 2nd start for the Sox this year. And no easy task. The first start against Toronto at Toronto. The 2nd start here against the Rangers.
This is not going to be his last start.
No, he was very, very good tonight. His control for the first 5 innings was absolutely letter perfect.
Take him up, Alex. 2 down. The hook on him. Now with 10 homers. 27 knocked in. With a barn injury, he's going to run right by his numbers of last year. All right. But in John Walgren's world, a grand night for Todd Frazier.
Got a 4-run lead. Credit to Dan Jennings. Through 2 innings, was in some trouble, got out of both innings, and putting him on. On for the 12th time. He's 1-0. His ERA 3.65. Opponent sitting just 200, which is 9 hits in 12 1/3. And he's got to deal with the heart of the order, but it's a different heart of the order as Beltre and Fielder are out of the game, both taken down for pinch runners.
So here's Nomar Mazara. He's taking the collar tonight in 5 at-bats. One at the center, struck out, lined hard to second, struck out again, then grounded to second. Takes first pitch strike. 8-15-0 for our guys, 4-8-2 for their guys.
7 pitchers tonight used by Robin. Gonzalez, Duke, Albers, Jones, Robertson, Jennings, and now Zach Putnam.
Whatever it takes.
Pretty clutch pitching by Dan Jennings, who came in with absolutely no margin for error.
We talked about Danny a lot. He's got the stuff. The ability is there. The talent is there.
Yeah,
He's just got to have that mirror like him.
And this was one of the few nights where the bullpen didn't get it done. There's been very few nights, but Jones and Robbie had some problems. But the ball club continued to battle and find themselves with a lead, and there's a very happy Harold Baines Sox fan.
Well, when you give up runs by base hits, when you give up runs with even with some walks involved in there, which were involved tonight, you can live with that. You can live with that. But when you give up runs, unearned runs, errors, you cannot live with that. That'll take a club down faster than anything. On the other side of that page, it will lift a club up faster than anything.
The last error this team made was a week ago Saturday. And when you're that sure-handed, going to bail the pitching staff out of a lot of situations. And we saw it on the other side. The Rangers, who've been a good defensive team this year, have made a couple of errors in this game.
Well, when the team's making errors behind you, you're not going to want to pitch to contact. You're going to want to strike guys out. And that plate gets a little smaller. You've been out there before when you didn't even have your real good stuff, but you had some really good leather behind you, and you knew it, and you pitched to contact and let them do their job.
Well, I think that's what the guys on this team feel like right now. They feel anybody hits it anywhere. If it stays in the air in the outfield, it's not going to fall. In the infield, they're going to make every play they have to make, and a few that are going to be jaw-dropping.
That ball to left field slicing. And it's foul. From our venue, our broadcast, but we cannot see the corners down in the corners. And it's even worse on the other side.
Yeah, that's essentially the view that we get from the broadcast booth. And so as it slices into each corner, the outfielder disappears.
Oh, yeah. 1 out.
Zach has supreme confidence in that splitter. And on the 9th pitch of the at-bat, Lazara goes down on strikes.
So here's Drew Stubbs. Sox, if you're just tuning in, getting home late, Sox got on the board very quickly in the first, a triple. Adam Eaton hit the ball deep into center field. There's a softly hit ground ball. Jimmy fouls it. That'll be an error. He knows the speed of Stubbs. So there goes that streak, errorless streak. Oh, they're going to give him a hit.
Well, that is Steve Weller. We talked about him earlier. A native of Chicago. Now has moved down here. He's the official scorekeeper. And Jimmy's got him if he feels it cleanly. He doesn't, but it's okay. He's going to be aboard anyway. Might as well keep the errorless streak alive.
So here's Rua. Ryan Rua. Well, as a rule, the pitcher is going to usually wind up on the wrong end or the raw end of the deal. As much as I hate to say it, it's the truth. You guys had to take the worst of it.
Well, that happens sometimes.
Yeah. Well, it's gotten to the point now. I was talking with a couple of guys last year about different scorekeepers around the league, and they're saying it's just unbelievable how it's getting to be now. On a play like that, I mean, on some teams you'll have that pitching coach calling upstairs to you.
Yeah, that does happen.
Oh, I mean, they say it's worse than it's ever been. And then it's worse with the hitting coaches. They'll call up and say, how can you give that guy an error on that? That's a base hit.
Well, fortunately, the guy who has scored many, many games in Chicago, both sides of town, Bob Rosenberg, made a mistake, I think in 1962.
He's good. Rosie is one of the best. And you know one of the reasons he's the best because he'll ask. A lot of these guys etched in stone.
No, he's been doing that for a long time. asking to see what one person or so thinks. Of course, taking his time to review a play and will reverse it.
Plus, the scores now, their rulings are in jeopardy a lot of times because they can reverse it from New York, overrule it, change it.
So he's down on strikes.
2 out.
With one more out, the Sox will pick up a game across the board. Good splitter. Brewer has no chance. Cleveland lost. Kansas City lost. Detroit lost. That would make it a 6-game lead over the Tribe.
Here's Desmond. He's done in this game what he does best, swing the bat. He's 2 for 4. RBI double, a big RBI double.
It's not the easiest thing in the world to make the conversion from shortstop when you've played there a long time as he did to left field, but he worked very hard in spring training and made the conversion pretty smoothly. He has been charged with an error tonight, but he's been pretty good out there.
Well, when you take a guy who's going to move to the outfield from an infield position, the first thing you got to do is make him play a little deeper until they can build some confidence on.
Yeah, because easier to come in than go back.
Yeah. Don't let them get beat over their head. Make them get beat in front of you, and then as they get more confidence, you can bring them in a little closer and a little closer. Dive, fair ball. And this ball game is over. So the Sox do not even come close to quitting or giving up in this game. They kept coming back after leading and blowing a lead. And Steve, this is just a game that's we're seeing a lot of games. I know it's impossible to say, but we're seeing a lot of games that we think that last year we would have lost.
Well, I mean, you're going to have a hard time saying definitively, but certainly this was the type of game that the team the last couple of